Alrighty. Worst Souls game. You know, that's just like your opinion, man.
Yes.
Honestly,
indeed.
for me, I think Demon Souls is the worst Souls game.
It is called
And I don't
lottery,
mean like it's the one that
where the transitory
I love Demon
lands
Souls,
of the
but the
Lords
boss
of
fights in Demon
Cinder
Souls are ass.
converge.
At least boss fights in Dark Souls, like there are issues I have with Dark Souls 3, but the bosses are fun to fight.
North, the pilgrims discover the truth.
But Demon Souls was also the first game, so it's like it's not necessarily fair to compare it to the other games, but that's just kind of the nature of things.
And the lords go without thrones.
I mean, I think my favorite Souls game is, I don't know, man. Like, I want to say Elden Ring. My favorite first playthrough was Elden Ring, 100%.
When the link of fire is threatened, the bell tolls, unearthing the old lords of Cinder from their graves. Aldrich, saint of the deep. Farron's undead legion, the Abyss Watchers. And the reclusive lord of the profaned capital. Yon the giant. Only in truth, the lords will abandon.
Hey, Old
their
Thorin
thrones.
and the Pudding, thanks for the resubs, guys. Which intro do I like the most? I don't know.
And the unkindled
They're all sick.
will rise. Nameless, accursed undead, unfit even to be cinder. And so it is that ash seeketh embers.
All right. Just classic. All right, so we're gonna start as the thief for this run. Starts with a little dagger, the bandit's knife, I think it's called. So yeah, let's do it. Guess we'll start with the black firebomb as well. I think we're probably gonna use the brigand twin daggers for this run. Yeah. I feel like I think I've done a run with them once before, maybe, or at least I've tried them. I think, I don't know. Orvian Great Knife. Is that good for PvE though? Like, I know it's really good for PvP, but am I gonna kill Yorm with the dagger? Yeah. Probably not gonna be able to hit him in the head though. Yeah, Rykard yesterday was kind of annoying. Oh. Sorry, I forgot to start the timer. Forgive me. Have I done a Cestus run? I don't think so. Maybe our next marathon should be a fisting marathon. Oh, that's actually... Wait, can you not repost him? Dang, that was pretty good. So, funny enough, on old patch, you can actually AI break this guy as well. If you shoot him in the head with an arrow, like the moment he spawns in, his AI just breaks. It's kind of funny. I'm pretty sure it's fixed, though. On current patch, but I could be wrong. I remember I tried to do it on current patch. I don't think I was able to. Am I not gonna reset the time? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Free jump is easy, chat. Didn't give Estashard? I mean, we can give it to him.
Ready.
Alright. Let's get out of here. Oh, hey, Mega F1, Pep, Herblagoop, and Winston, thank you for all the resubs, guys. Will I finish today? That's the plan. That is the plan. Yeah, Dark Souls 3 is gonna be quick. Dark Souls 1 is gonna be suffering, chat, probably. I'm actually kind of scared of Dark Souls 1. The bandit knife is good in Dark Souls 1 against bosses that could be bled, but not every boss can be bled. Like, I'm not gonna use the bandit's knife on Artorias is gonna be like horrible. Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe it's not as bad as I think.
Are you there to careful?
Thank you. What's up, Durjan? Want Sekiro? Well, there's no dagger in Sekiro. Unless I do a run with the Sabi Maru, but... I'm gonna have to cheat to do that. I assume it's better to just one-hand the dagger, probably. I just decided to switch up the order of games for fun. Next marathon, I'm gonna do it. I'm probably just gonna do normal order because people won't shut up about it. Hit him in the head with the charge R2. Boom! Riposte, baby. I love doing that. If you hit him with the charge R2 in the head during the frost breath, you get a riposte. It basically just kills him no matter what weapon you're using. I always like to mention things that people might not know about. Okay. Oh, that's... I think I might try to get the cat ring on this run. We could go for Spook, but the cat ring is probably just the better choice. I'm gonna have to look up how to get the cat ring again, though. I know it's pretty freaking easy to do. No way. I might get hit here. I'm gonna grab this. Got any armor for me? Alright guys, time for the biggest plunge you've ever seen in your fucking lives. Yeah. Do kind of miss having Spook here, but that's okay. Man, I gotta say, I love Elden Ring, but like, I gotta say the other games are just so much. They're so much nicer for marathons. I wish Elden Ring just didn't take so damn long. I wonder if we should get Flynn's ring for the dagger. I'm not sure if Flynn's ring is that good in this game or not. You have to be like naked for it to be useful. Yo, what's up, Bubbles? Yeah, being naked in this game makes you get absolutely destroyed though. Must stop doing all bosses. I mean, we could just do... Honestly, maybe for Elden Ring, we just do, like, main story bosses instead. I mean, I guess it's kind of arbitrary, but this whole marathon is arbitrary anyways. Who really cares? Like, that way I can just... I don't have to do Estelle and Fortisax and fucking Ronnie's questline. Because honestly, like, Fortisax and Estelle and Ronnie's questline are just... They add so much time to the run.
You should have waited. Well,
This guy might frickin' one-shot me.
I, Sigurd, fight the Katarina. Fight by your side.
I think we can bleed this guy, though.
That was quite a performance. But you mustn't get in over your head. We unkindled must put our duties first. But, for the moment, we've a toast to make. To your valor, my sword, and our victory together. Long may the sun shine.
Good old Sigurd.
Well, I'm going to have myself a little nap. The only thing to do, really, after a nice toast.
That was me last night after fucking Elden Ring, dude. I don't know if it's really worth me going out of the way for the Flins and Chloranthy here, but it's not that big of a deal. This isn't Elden Ring where everything takes 15 minutes to do. All right. Yeah, the Flins isn't giving any damage unless I... Let's see, if I take off my stuff... Wait. Huh? Flynn's ring is shit. All right, I need to How do you get the cat ring, chat, exactly? Is it just talking to Siri and then going and summoning her on the bridge? I feel like I'm missing one step somewhere, but... Doggy, let me... Is it the Dream Chaser ashes or whatever from Farron? I think we'll probably just use the bandit's knife plus the brigand twin daggers. Like bandit's knife if we want to bleed, and then the twin daggers otherwise. Wait, where are the twin daggers? I thought they were here. I'm actually kind of confused now. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, I know where they are. Dude. Yeah, yeah. Rip bozos. Hey, Judo. There's a dark wraith in the swamp that's really tough. Yeah, we're not gonna go by that guy. Oh, jeez. These grooves are so dangerous sometimes, actually. What are you doing? Oh, God. He's so crazy, dude. The fucking sounds he makes, too. Dude. Ouch, man. Code Vein 2 trailer dropped? Oh, nice. I guess we can kill Stray Demon up here with the gold pine resin. I'm not sure if there's any daggers in the game that use, like, twinklies, so I'm just gonna leave that. What stats do I have? I haven't leveled up at all. The aquamarine. Yeah, I've used the aquamarine dagger. I'm not that big of a fan of it, to be honest. Being SL1, I'm not even level 1, man. I'm level 5. Yeah, if you hit one leg enough, his legs will break off, and then you can chain riposte him. Little janky though. I'm gonna level up after this. What is on this body? Oh. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna have like 40,000 souls now. So that's pretty nice.
This way? Oh, it would.
I'm not sure if I should upgrade. Should I go get the... The bandit's knife is pretty good. We should also get the twin daggers. I don't know, we need to kind of decide on which one we're gonna use. I don't think upgrading bolt is a good idea. Yeah, Flynn's isn't doing like anything right now. Also, I forgot to give him my... Oh, it's fine. We're gonna come back. Let's go get the daggers. Also, this is not the right bonfire. My bad. What is Lido's great hammer count? Not quite. Need 10 strength, 18 dex.
What?
Crazy how many heals you can get. Like, I think I already have 9 heals. Alright, 10 strength, 18 dex. Might get a little bit of health.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Alright, let's go do Greatwood. Why would you need a homeward bone in Elden Ring? Oh god, don't you get me fucking started, dude. It is. I still think it's really stupid they didn't add Homeward Bones to Elden Ring. It really just blows my mind. It's such like a staple item in all of the games. And I'll never understand. I was too slow there. Hey, dude! Does they have fast travel? Yeah, but you can't fast travel while you're in combat. I die here. God. What's up, Oro? I mean, we're using +4 daggers right now. It's a little strong. All right, we're gonna go kill Abyss Watchers, then we can get +7. And then we'll kill Dancer and we can get plus 8 or 9, and then we can kill Osiros. The classic Titanite route. I'm probably just going to use the Brigand Twin Daggers for this run. I mean, I could try out a different dagger later if I get all the ashes to buy the upgrade materials. Oh my god. Upgrading weapons is so easy in this game. Yeah, I love it. Unlike Elden Ring, where you have to go on a fucking journey just to upgrade an extra weapon. It's not that bad in Elden Ring. I'm being a little harsh, but... I do wish that Elden Ring was just a bit more, like, streamlined sometimes. Oh, we should probably get the successive attack talisman. Pontiff's Eye Ring is going to be really good for us. Ooh, that's not good. Probably should have backstabbed him. Well, Dancer's swords aren't actually daggers. I think they're like twin blades. Right? Curious if you could get a backstab on that. That works. I killed them too quick. Oh, I'm sorry. Oops. Dang it, get back here, you bozo. Oh no. Oh my god. Guess we can grab the Dex ring. Oh, that was a terrible jump. Oops. I'm shocked I didn't get hit there. Or there. Gives you PvP flashbacks. Yeah, SS canceling in PvP is pretty cringe. Or, just playing the game, it's nice. I can imagine. I mean, Souls games are hard on your first playthrough. The reason people like the Souls games so much is because it's like, it's very difficult at first, but when you learn the game and you start, when you learn the bosses and you know how to upgrade efficiently and like figure out the proper routes to go through the game, it becomes a lot easier. Slightly concerned about this, but it's... Oh god, he already has the sword. Oh, he vaped. Thank god. Also, Oro, if you're still here, grats on Depth 5, by the way. You still gotta get there. Alright, we're gonna go down the lake and get all the large tits down here. I kinda wanna try to make the mimic fight this guy, but might get myself killed. Yeah, this is the problem. He does this fire breath. No fucking way. Almost hit me through the floor. Maybe the mimic will drop us a, Dude, you're crazy. Come on, symbol. Nope. Yeah, Guardian is pain, man. He's fun, but it's... Oh, jeez. I asked Yui to play Guardian the other day, and he was struggling. It's just it's the biggest issue with Guardian is his dodge. It's just fucking terrible. Yeah, but sometimes you have to dodge. That's the issue, right? Like, you can't in the later depths you cannot just tank. Sometimes you can't block some of these things. Yeah, some of the elemental chip damage is ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, he can do good damage with guard counters, but half the bosses are pretty awful to guard counter against. That doesn't really help. Maybe I'll do some Night Rain today if we finish these runs fast enough. We'll see though. Yeah, I mean, we still have DS1. And we still have a fair bit of DS3 left as well. I'm gonna grab the bone shard here. I don't think I'm gonna get the Estus shard though. I could have made it out, but I hesitated. I hesitated for like a split second, man. Fuck. It's fine. We can go get it. Not big a deal. Ugh. Brother! Oh my god, I regret ever coming here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck sakes, dude. Should've just warped out right next... I'm so annoyed. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Relax. Focus up. It's all good. It's all good. That's literally all we needed to do. We would have been fine the first time and the second time if I had just done that. It's okay. Okay.
Ashen whatnot.
That is what.
All right, +7. And we'll have... Oh, I can sell all of these souls, too?
Ashen.
Welks, then hey. Farewell, Ashen.
We do need to get some endurance, too. Honestly, that was probably a little overkill on the health. Okay. Sharp gem. Alright. Looks good.
I'd bless it.
Do you have to get the doll before you can, summon her? Like, do you have to make it through the gate? So yeah, I'm gonna have to get the doll. Wonder if I should use bleed here. Guess we could try. Is DS1 already completed? No. Wonder if we can get a stagger. I'll try to hit her in the head. Woo! Big damage. Gotta hit her a bit more there. Nice. Am I gonna rush the DLC? I could. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I think I'm gonna kill Crystal Sage and Deacons first, though. So I can get Lloyd's Sword Talisman. And then I can... Well, I can kill the guy on the bridge either way. No, I did not send you a friend request on Discord. Somebody else. Oh. We have so many alluring skulls. Power within an RTSR. I mean, yeah, we could. Well, actually, no, we can't because Power Within is in the Grand Archives. We could technically get RTSR, but I don't really think we need. I don't really think I want to use RTSR. It's gonna make this run take a lot longer. I think there's an item back there, but I don't think it's chunks. I think that's all the chunks, right? I don't think this guy drops chunks.
What?
Welcome. Then take. Farewell, Ashen One. Bless. If bless.
I'm gonna kill Osiris and get +9, and then I can go do Sage and Deacons. And then I'll get the Cat Ring and the Pontiff's Eye Ring. And then we can go to the DLC and do Frida. We'll do Frida, and then we can get Silver Serpent +3 early on. I'm excited for Dustbloods, but I mean, like, I'm still gonna play it, but I'm less excited than I would be for like a new Souls game. I mean, it's on Switch too. That's like the big issue. My VOD got muted when I beat Consort Radon. That's weird.
You ignorant slaves. Finally taken notice, have you? Of the power of my beloved Ocelot, child of dragons. Well,
We're making good pace on this run so far.
for he is all that I have.
I'm not sure if we... Enemy hitting me through the wall.
Dear little Ocelot, where have you gone? Are you hiding from me? Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid. You were born a child of dragons.
Where's the bleed proc? And the insta charge. Woo. That was a really good fight. Yeah, we didn't kill him with the riposte, so we didn't get the didn't get the poof. If you kill Ocelot, if you kill Osiris with the riposte, for some reason he just like disappears. He doesn't have a death animation if you kill him with the riposte.
Welcome. Then take.
Not sure if I should still... You don't seem to get that much damage.
Farewell,
Let me upgrade to
Ashen
+9.
What?
Welcome. Then take. Farewell.
Maybe I'll get some endurance. Endurance is actually pretty good to level in this game. Is there a parrying dagger in this game? I don't think there is. Maybe there is. Yeah, but Cestus isn't a dagger, man. Actually... Oh. That's okay. We should probably use... Oh, nice. We got good RNG. That boss was hard. Good job, Disc. Thank you. What's up, Bolt? I mean, Crystal Sage isn't that hard either way, guys. I mean, if you're like super underpowered, Crystal Sage can be kind of annoying, especially if you have low health. Okay. Getting destroyed. Alright, we're gonna kill Deacons. The plan is we kill Deacons. And then we go back to Wolnir. We'll kill the bridge dog. That is so loud. Kill the bridge dog, get Cat Ring, and then we'll go to the DLC. Yeah, the dogs in this game really are on like another level though. Yeah, you can get to the DLC from the kiln before Cinder, but that requires me to kill all of the main bosses. You know what? I'm gonna quit out here. I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to die here. Sometimes you can, if you get really unlucky, you can just get destroyed. Most of the time it's fine. I don't want to risk it though. Hey, Wildfire. Whoa. Yeah, using quick step here is really nice. Oh hey, Posing Pig, El Dorado, Nobody, and Huber Libre, thank you for the resubs, guys. L1 spam. Let's go. Alright, this guy's gonna give us another good ring. Hey, nobody, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Alright, where is this summoning sign? Why is she healing? Maybe to not die?
Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
Thank you. Beautiful. Which game are daggers the worst? Probably Dark Souls 1. Is my guess. I'll be back in a sec, chat.
Thank you.
Yo, what's up, Ain? Thanks again for the raid, by the way.
Never fail. Just a moment, then. The painting of Ariandel. Well, rotted scrap of it, that is. Go on. Take it. Touch it. The ashes were too.
All right. We didn't crash? True. I think it's just because we came here kind of early. Not sure if I need this. Grab it anyways, though. Fine, guys. It was intentional. This is why we got the cat ring. The cat ring actually works the same as spook, so you can quit out. This will let me do some skips in one of the later DLCs as well, so. Wait a sec. Is there, well, it's technically not a dagger, but I'm probably just gonna do it anyways, because it's not like we're attacking anything. I mean, we could fight Wilhelm for a change. Actually, oh yeah, we can do the skip without the short sword. Alright, so yeah, Dark Souls 3... For those who haven't seen it, Dark Souls 3 got pretty broken like a year or two ago. There is a... I didn't do actual all bosses, Jackson, it was just all remembrances. Oh nice, we got it. So we can use ladders to glitch ourselves. Which allows us to do some janky shit. Timing on it is kind of tough, though. I don't have like a... Normally you would use a setup for this, but I kind of just have to wing it. Yeah, this skip is pretty crazy. There is technically another skip we could try, I guess. Could show you guys. Yeah, the record for DS3 got improved by like a few minutes because of these new skips.
Seeking fire.
And I mean, you don't have to do the super cancer Wilhelm skip anymore. You don't have to walk up the roots. Dude, wait, do I have fire? Oh no. Okay, I'm not gonna do this. We'll just go to him the other way. You can like clip through a staircase on the tower down there. But we're gonna lose all of our flasks because of this freaking debuff. You know what? I'm gonna get my health up a little bit. This fight is freaking no joke, dude. You can die so easily. Actually, I'm gonna get Ritual Shield Talisman.
Ashen.
Welcome. Very then hey. Farewell, Ashen One.
Oh yeah, I do have a smash. I do have a slab, I forgot. Oh. Just use the weaponsmith box. Honestly, I wish the weaponsmith box made a return in more of the games. I mean, I understand why it doesn't, because it like invalidates the blacksmiths in a way. But you can still have the blacksmiths be like necessary in other ways. Like in Dark Souls 1 you have the weaponsmith box, but you still need to go to the blacksmiths for like ascending.
Bring Frida to me, please. Canst thou not see the flame flickering once again? Soon will it surge. I can see it, feel it.
Fret not, Father. We have no need of thy flail. 'Tis only the flame quivering at misguided ash. Please avert thine eyes. I will snuff out these ashes for good.
Come on, Frida. I can't. If Frida had poise, you would like never be able to hit her, chat. If she had poise, you'd basically have to parry her, I imagine. Yeah, you can parry her. There was a guy who spliced an SL1 run and claimed that he was the first to beat all bosses. SL1. And he fucking parried Frida in his run. But that was like one of the first. I mean, there were so many. Like he did a horrible job splicing the run, but that was one of the first things. It's like, why the fuck is this guy? It was like a no-hit run, by the way. Like, why is this guy fucking parrying? Good. Follow up? Alright. What? How was that not a backstep? Oh, thought my game crashed. Yeah, everything is pre-recorded, chat. Caught me. Okay. Now that we got +3, I'm not going to do DLC quite yet. I think I'm going to go back to Irithyll now. CB. Trying to do this skip with my controller, so it might take a few tries. There we go. And my game crashed. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to do the skip again. That's such a weird crash spot. What the fuck? God damn it, dude. Yeah, first try, second try. True. I'm not sure how this is gonna go for Yorm. I hope I can hit him in the head. I mean, it'll be fine. If we can't hit him in the head, we'll just hit him in the arms. It's just gonna take a bit longer. Hey, Orhi, thank you for the Prime sub. Oh, yeah, I think I'm gonna be in Belgium later this year, CB, so maybe we can meet up and get some ramen again. Am I gonna check out the Nightmare Rando for Elden Ring? Probably not. No, it's not that soon, CB. Eating ramen in Japan, yeah. The famous Belgian ramen. Dude, okay, listen, there is a spot. I can't remember what the name is. Takumi. Okay, yeah, it is Takumi. That's the name I was thinking of, but I've been to so many ramen places, I'm easy to mix them up now. Yeah, that's like the best ramen place I've gone to, like genuinely. I don't think I've had better ramen than at Takumi. So good, can't remember. Well, listen, I eat a lot of ramen, and a lot of the I'm pretty sure there's a Takumi, like, I've been to multiple places called Takumi. Oh. I hate this room with a passion, chat. I just wanted to try to get the Mimic Helm. We have like pretty good odds. It's just I wonder if there's a way to do this part without fucking killing everything. Maybe with hidden body you could sneak through. I'm not sure what causes that guy to aggro. Maybe getting too close to the wall. Oh. I want to wake up the Mimic, dude. Yeah, I'd be down, CB. It's always fun. All right. Pop our coin. Got good odds here, chat. Oh. Oh, look at that. Hey, we even got a... we even got the Handmaiden's Dagger. Yeah, I don't... maybe with a jump attack? We're just gonna have to hit the hands, I think. Actually posture break him pretty quickly if you hit his cleaver hand. No, I didn't mean to do that 5th hit. It like input buffered it. For big money. I love getting all the soul boosting, like stacking equipment. You get so much. I think it's almost like 100% more. Let me get rid of this shield. Am I gonna replace the Brigand Twin Daggers? Probably not. I mean, they're just... I think they're just the best choice for us to use. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna do Pontiff next. Probably should have done Wyvern first, since it's basically just free souls. Yeah, I mean they're similar to the Twin Blades. We could use the Aquamarine Dagger, but I've done a run with that dagger before, and it's honestly not not that good. I mean, like, yeah, I could use the Handmaiden's Dagger. It's just I'm gonna have to spend 200,000 souls just to upgrade the fucking thing to use it for one boss. And it's just... boss fight's just gonna take longer. Not parrying him? Nope. Yeah, I need to do Patch's quest if I want to get the parry dagger, though. All these boss fights are too short. I mean, that's just all the Souls games. Even at level 1, you can still do a crazy amount of damage. Unless you're doing unupgraded weapon runs, bosses are always gonna die pretty fast. You liked how in DS2 there was a progression with the daggers? Yeah. It's just... all, like, daggers in this game, they don't really have anything super unique going for them. Like, you're either just gonna R1 spam or you're gonna L1 spam with this weapon. That's... The only unique dagger is, like, the Aquamarine Dagger. And it's basically like using Carrion Slicer, but it's kinda... it's kind of bad. Like the thing is, you guys, for all of you are like, it needs to be harder or more challenging. Like I could do the runs with a +0 weapon. It's just each run now takes like 3 hours longer, and all the boss fights are just. I guess the bosses just take fucking way longer. But the thing is, I mean, even with killing the bosses quickly, these marathons still take like 20 or 25 hours. I don't necessarily want these to be like. I don't want to do one game per stream. I mean, what's fun for me about these marathons is just going through the games relatively quickly.
Prince Lothric is in your hands. Please save his soul.
And also the goal of these runs is to like show off the potential of the weapons. All right. By large shards now.
Well, very then hey.
I mean, the scaling is still decent. I feel like I should probably just get more endurance though. Doesn't have any strength. It has a little bit. We could get the Sunlight Straight Sword for buffing, I suppose. Go kill Dragon Slayer armor. What's up, Nems? Somebody was wondering if you were gonna appear today. What have you been up to, Nems? You've been playing Borderlands? Oh, nice. Hades 2 is good. I'd recommend it. There was a way back up. I'm just gonna go take the elevator. Probably slower, but I don't want to run through that fucking place again. I guess I could have opened the gate. Yeah, the Brigand Twin Daggers are super good. Did you ever do runs with the new ladder tech NEMs? Can't remember. Not many. Gotcha. Man, that was a good fight. How delayed soul acquisitions were for bosses in DS3. Yeah, it's nice, honestly. They give you time to actually equip all the shit. It drives me fucking crazy in Night Rain how fast you get the souls sometimes after a boss dies. I mean, I understand why they did it that way. You really need to like... Elden Ring isn't as fast. I think it depends on the boss, though. Some of them are a bit quick in Elden Ring. But in Night Rain, it's like the fucking moment the boss dies. Compared to DS3, yeah, it's... Oh, shit. Definitely faster. Some of the Remembrance bosses in Elden Ring give you like 30 seconds to equip stuff. Some of the side bosses are pretty fast though. Yo, Genstarel, thank you for the 21 months. Did I play Silent Hill F? I did. It was decent. I love how that guy just half the time just jumps off. I got all the endings. Did I play Lords of the Fallen? I did. It was a decent game. Yeah, I did the cursed ending in Silksong. It was a video game.
Another dogged contender. Welcome, unkindled one.
I mean,
Purloiner
the
of
new Lords of the
sins.
Fallen is definitely better than the old one. Like, the fucking first one was so scuffed.
The mantle of Lord interests me none. The fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords. Let it all fade into nothing. You've done quite enough. Now have your rest.
Pretty good Faye as well.
Oh, dear brother. I'm on my way. My brother. Unyielding sword of Lothric's prince. Rise if you would. For that is our curse.
Hey Nakiri, thank you for the Prime sub. These daggers are just so good, man.
Well, then take. Farewell, Ashen One.
All right. Who else do we need to kill? Oh yeah, we need to do. Wyvern. Wyvern and Nameless. Yeah, I'm doing the DLCs. You know, it's funny how, like, I feel like in the past when I did these marathons, nobody ever was like, this isn't hard enough. I don't know why that's become more common. Like, these marathons are not meant to be a challenge run per se, just a fun way to play through the games again. I mean, I know it's a small minority of people who are actually complaining about it. Yeah, we did the Scythe Marathon like a month or two ago. Hey, Jack. I mean, heck, when I used to do these marathons, I would just skip every cutscene and try to get through the games as fast as possible. They're craving ramen. Me too. Alright guys, time for— this is the best strat in any fucking Souls game right here. Just saying. Oh god. Okay, well that's not... that's not what I'm supposed to do. Should be fine though. Glitch so good that even no-hit runners use it. Yeah, I mean... It's not really a glitch. It's just like a clever use of game mechanics. And honestly, the chain snake is horrible. I mean, it's definitely not what the devs intended for you to do, but just because you're doing something that's not intended doesn't necessarily mean it's a glitch. Not rationalizing, it's the truth. I mean, all you're doing is just jump attacking off of a ledge. The running path is so cinema. Yeah, getting a fucking giant chain up your ass as you climb a ladder, that's so cinema, dude. Oh. Controller disconnected. I thought about Wukong run. I learned the speedrun for it. I only did a few runs though. It was really fucking long. And it was kind of annoying because material drops in Black Myth Wukong are random. So sometimes you can just get lucky and you can get the materials to craft a stronger weapon earlier. There's a patch for Wukong today. Oh yeah? I think the Dark Souls 1 any percent run uses the Black Knight Greatsword now. Or actually, I don't even fucking know. Maybe they use the Dragon Tooth. I'm not really up to date with the DS1 any percent run has like had a lot of revisions over time. Also depends what edition you're playing. Like on Remastered, you use magic. The guy from Night Rain. Wow. I want to do a running attack there. Nice.
Ash. Well, very then take. Farewell, Ashen One.
I need 16 faith and 12 strength to use this. Guess we can go kill Demon King. We have Demon King and then I guess we can go do Grave Tender maybe. We also have Champion Gundyr. Wu Chang was alright. Not the best run though. I had fun running it for a little bit. Good. R1 spam. That's actually L1 spam. Thank you very much. Parry Dagger. I'm just gonna fight this guy without parrying. I don't care enough to do Patch's quest just so I can parry 2 bosses. It's been a thing for a while, Bolt. Well, not that long. A few weeks now. Oh, he didn't actually do the... There he goes. Not bad. Yeah, we need to get the blueberries. Did I do all bosses in Unring? We did all remembrances. A record for all souls combined. Not really. It's not. It's not. People don't really speedrun. I mean, like, technically there's a record, but there's no, like, leaderboard for that.
Farewell, Ashen One.
And just not change equipment. Yeah, but I like getting as OP as I possibly can. That's half the fun for me, honestly. That's why I go out of my way to get the Mimic Helm and the +3 ring. Alright. Isn't it Geno and Hob for All Souls no hit? Yeah, I mean, maybe. I'll get this just in case. Hey Rick, thank you for the 13 months. Hat ring is honestly so nice. It really doesn't take that long to get either. Oh, that was so early. Yeesh. All right. Hey, M12, thank you for the 29 months. Man, these daggers are so good. They're basically just like budget twin blades. Woo, first try, baby. I try them on the SL1. You do need 18 decks. So that's kind of... I mean, you could do it on SL1, but you're gonna have to... Tried to roll it. That's not good. Well, rip a lot of free damage. was so close. The DPS on these is actually super good. Another crash? Oh my god. The double crash. I don't know if I should do Dark Souls 1 Remastered or Prepare to Die Edition. If I do Prepare to Die Edition, I could tumble buff, which that would definitely help. For some reason. I mean, you can do DS fix on Prepare to Die Edition. What's up, Dara? Yeah, OG Demon Souls versus Remake is a pretty big difference. Dark Souls 1... The only reason to do Prepare to Die Edition is for the glitches, honestly. Remastered has some really useful glitches, though, too. But sadly, in Remastered, there's no way to tumble buff, I don't think. And for if anybody's wondering what tumble buff is, it lets you buff unbuffable weapons, basically.
Well, then take. Ash on the mace.
You actually can move swap in Remastered. They figured out a way to do it. And tumble buff and remaster? Oh yeah? Oops. That's not good. That one-shots you? I was actually curious if I could just tank it and fall down there and drop, but... yeah, that's my bad. We should have just taken the side path. want to try to do this skip, but I don't know if I should. This might not end well. I don't have the stance to do this. It's so much easier to trigger it. Do I have a stance weapon? Oh my god, I didn't know they could hit you down here. Can you not? How do you... I'm like having... I don't know if it's just the Lionheart making this weird or what. Okay, I remember what to do now. I think I was screwing it up. There we go. Oh, I was so close, dude. Okay. wait a second. I need to do the other... Well... I guess we could go to Madeir first. I think it's here. This might not be right. No. Should have rolled, dude. God dang it. Okay, that's my bad. God dang it! It's like this. Fuck, I don't remember. Wait, I think we're okay. I thought I was gonna die though. Oh wait, it's gonna take me back to the ladder though. God damn it, dude. Okay, a little bit more to the right. That's fine, we got this. This always takes me a little bit. It's so hard to remember exactly how to line this shit up. Always takes me a little bit. I should have just quit out. I should have quit out, man. It would have just been faster just to do the DLC normally at this point, but it's okay. We'll get it. on, man. Fuck, dude. And I actually died this time. Dude, I thought that was enough to the right. Come. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We'll get it this next time. It's fine. I'm sorry, chat. I should have just checked the video, man. It would have been better. So I don't like check. I don't want to have to like check lineups during the run, but I really thought that was far enough to the right. We'll get it this time. It's just, I just don't remember exactly how to line... The lineups for this shit is just super precise. Hello, FGMT. Alright. Oh, if I have time here, we're gonna have to go fast. This should be good. We did it. Yippee! Alright, now we gotta do the skip one more time. I know the setup for the other version, so it should be fine. Okay, so we line up our left foot with this wall. We line up the center of our head with this pillar. That might not be good. That looks... okay, that's my bad. Alright. Need to roll more to the side. I don't want to fall in there. Okay. Fine. Go again. The skip is too cool not to do anyways. Oh, I'm so confused. What is happening? I rolled more to the right there because I okay, it's fine. It's fine. Focus up. My god, how long have we been here, man? It's fine. Positivity, positive vibes. All right, guys, keep the chat in English, please. Thank you. Oh. What is happening? I'm trying to do a skip. I'm not skipping the skip. We're too deep. This is fucking crazy. I just cannot. I can't. That's not perfect. I need to land on the outside. It's not perfect. Oh my god. I just can't. I don't know how to. I don't know the fucking angle to roll this. I've never had this issue before. You know, it's my fault though, because normally when I get to this part in the run chat, I just go check a speedrun VOD, and then I hit it first try. But I'm trying to just go based off of... And then I met... Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go... I'm gonna go fucking check. This is... I'm literally... I'm losing it. I just cannot... I'm so annoyed right now. Oh, now Twitch VOD isn't... Okay. And just bob Madeira on the bridge? Yeah, but then I have to go run through the entire DLC and knock him off the bridge. Well, I mean, I guess I could go backwards, you're right. But he's not gonna trigger, though. Unless I fall down. Thing is, this isn't hard. I don't know the angles. Like, I just opened up Olsku's VOD, but Twitch is broken and it's not fucking loading now. I'm just rolling the wrong direction, but if... I'm gonna go... Alright, I need to check this. I need to check this. I don't know. I'm crashing out. I'm crashing out, dude. I'm gonna be stuck here all day at this rate. I keep doing the same mistake over and over again. Okay. Okay, I know what I'm doing wrong. The VOD has loaded, chat. You know, it's funny, when I opened up Olsku's VOD to check this, it was on this exact spot. Okay. Okay, never mind. All right, I know what to do. I thought. All right, it's fine. It's fine. Oh. Dude, we've been here for like 15 minutes. But it's fine because this is the one. We're still saving time, chat. Don't worry, it's totally worth it. Dude, the problem is when I don't understand what's happening. When I'm walking off the ledge here, I'm like getting no momentum, so I'm landing in the wrong spot. Like I'm so Oh wait, no, I know what I'm doing wrong. Okay, I know. Okay, guys, watch and learn. I know what I'm doing wrong. Seriously, I know what I'm doing wrong. Although we don't want light load. But that's part of the problem is the light load. But the other problem is that I'm holding. When I've been walking off this ledge here, I've been holding Alt. I've been holding the walk button on keyboard mouse every time. Which has been messing up the angle, like, completely. Well, it only took 15 minutes. Alright. Yo, Nighthawk! Oh my god. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs, dude. I'm putting on all the defensive rings just so I don't die to this guy. really good RNG. All right, yeah. The whole reason I was messing that skip up was because I was holding Alt when I was dropping off that ledge. It was just making me land in the wrong spot every time. It's okay. Deliberately messing it up. Dude, I want to start Dark Souls 1. I mean, I love Dark Souls 3, but I do also want to play DS1. Okay, let's not die to this guy. This is not good. Okay, it should go bow mode now. Come on, let me combo you. Oh my God. This range is just so... And you're healing! No way, dude. This is horrible. He's gonna try to parry me. Dude. Please. Half-Light is just awful. There's some weapons that can bully Half-Light like crazy though. The Astora's Greatsword is insane. You can just perma-stun lock her. Guess we'll do one level up before Gale. Not that we really need to.
Welcome. Very then take.
40 endurance.
Farewell, Ashen.
Look at that fucking stamina bar. Holy. Oh, I forgot to pick up the budding green blossoms. Oops.
Really, no. Help me, please. The Red Hood is come to eat us. To eat our dog.
Oh, he didn't say it. I got too far away. Oh, Nighthawk, thank you for the 10 gifted subs as well. And thank you again for the 50, dude. That was very nice of you. Spider, thank you for the 2 months, man.
handed over that thing, your dark soul.
Hey, Vessel, that Oni, Dreadzol, thanks for the subs, guys.
Painting.
Pretty good phase 1. Hey, Alex, Water Echo, Victor, thanks for the subs.
Is this the blood? The blood of the dark soul.
Doesn't stagger him? Oh my god. Okay, let's stop healing like a frickin'... Stop healing like a noob. Keep greeting for hits I can't get. Oh, I actually interrupted him. Am I drunk? Dude, the thing about fast weapons is that it makes it... Like, I don't use daggers that often. It's so tempting to want to go for that extra hit when you're using daggers, because their moveset is so fast. Like, yeah, I could just go for, like, 1 or 2 hit punishes, but a lot of the time you want to try to, like, squeeze in that extra hit, because it's so fast. It's hard to know the punish windows on, like, really fast weapons, unless you've played with them a lot, in my opinion. I was saying this yesterday, but slow weapons make it so simple, because a lot of the time it's just like, okay, you have enough time to do 1 R1, and that's it. Or you have enough time to do like a charge or 2, but... Oh, I did the wrong option. Whoops. Does this work even if you teleport to it? No. Only works the first time. Hey, ZPT, thank you for the 4 months. What level are we? 110? Not bad. Hello, Orhi. Dagger? Oh, nice. Reset. Hey, I mean, we got him. There's not really flashy finishes with daggers in this game. They're not, daggers aren't that stylish, to be honest. Alright, guys. You know the drill. We use the young white branch to determine the fate of the Firekeeper. Also, I picked up the frickin' Sunlight Straight Sword to buff myself, and I didn't use it a single time. Oh well, I used it once now. Oh. Oh, she gets to live. Lucky her. Just sounded disappointed. No. We've done our fair share of both endings, you know. We leave it up to RNG. Yeah, Aquamarine Dagger is cool, but it's still not. I mean, I guess yeah, like it's maybe a bit more stylish. I could have used the Aquamarine Dagger, but I would have had to respec. And it's just gonna be worse than the Brigands.
The first flame quickly fades. Darkness will shortly settle. But one day, tiny flames will dance across the darkness. like embers linked by Lord's pass. Ashen One, hearest thou my voice still?
Alright, it is time for Dark Souls 1. Time for pain. The dagger is gonna be really bad in Dark Souls 1. I think if I do Prepare to Die edition, it'll definitely be easier because of tumble buff. I kind of want to just do Remastered though, and just embrace the suffering. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure if tumble buffing is really necessary anyways. All right. Why skip? Because I'm gonna freaking boot up Dark Souls 1. All right, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I am ready for some Dark Souls 1. The question is, what dagger do we use in this game? What is the best dagger, do you think, chat? The bandit's knife will let us kill some stuff easily. I mean, the dark silver tracer is a dagger. Apparently. But that's, like, far into the game. And there's the ghost blade, but it's an RNG drop. Does it suck? Alright, I'm just changing my category on Twitch and my YouTube thumbnail. Are we really, is it really best just to use the bandit's knife the whole time? Start with the master key if we start thief, so I guess we'll start with the fire bombs. I mean, we could get the dark silver tracer. I don't know, it seems good. It has really high dex scaling. Yeah, some people in chat were saying it's bad. What's that hair? It's the bob, man. How do you get the dark silver tracer? Acquire from Lord's Blade Chiaran alongside the gold tracer in exchange for Soul of Artorias or by killing her. Oh, right. We just have to kill her. And that's how you get the gold tracer too. I think you just get them both at the same time. That's late? Yeah, it's kind of late.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog.
Just give her Artorias soul way easier. Yeah.
A land of grey crags.
What do you think I should use for this duck? Do I just bandit knife the whole way? Also, what's going on, man? It's good to see you.
But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold. Life and death.
Trying to get Priscilla's tail. I mean, Priscilla's tail will be good against bosses that can bleed. I don't think there's that many bosses that can bleed, though.
Then from the dark,
But I can try to get it.
they came and found the souls of lords within the flame. Nito, the first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts peeled apart their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the Age of Fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain.
What does Priscilla's
Even
dagger
now,
upgrade with?
There are only embers. And man sees not light, but only endless nights.
Twinkling Titanite? Oh, that's easy then.
Amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark sign.
I was gonna say, I feel like boss weapons are normally dragon scales. But everybody's saying twinkly, so I don't know. But Chat seemed confident. Confidently incorrect, it seems.
Yes, indeed. The dark sign brands the undead. And in this land, the undead are corralled and led to the north. Where they are locked away to await the end of the world.
Well, if we want to use Priscilla's dagger, we definitely need to dupe materials. We're gonna have to dupe the scales using...
This is your fate.
We'll have to dupe the scales using Frampt. Oh wait, can I do... I've played too many of these Souls games, man. My memory is just like... It's such a mess. Can we use Frampt in Remastered, or is that Prepare to Die edition? Do I have to do the negative quantity stuff in this to dupe the scales? easier to negative dupe. Gotcha. I might need a recap on that. Do you need to use Andre for that? I'm on Remastered. Hold on, this UI scale is weirding me out. I need to prompt swap and you need the bottomless box. Gotcha. Should have rolled to aggro these guys. Not bad. We can kill Stray Demon early on with the Bandit's Knife at least. That'll be nice. Prompt swap multiple
Only
weapons at Andre. Look again. Double
ancient
menu to drop.
legends it is stated that one day an undead shall be chosen. To leave the undead asylum in pilgrimage to the land of the ancient lords. Lordran.
Yeah, I might I might need a little recap on that one, Duck. By double menu, you mean like the quit out? Like storing the quit out? Well, I'll worry about it when I get there. Like what you do for duping souls. Yeah. Gotcha. If I do a katana run, could I do Sekiro? Yeah. Need to select drop instead of use. I see. I guess I'll just go get RTSR right off the rip. there any special effect you can do with daggers in DS1? Not really. Will I use projectiles for Bed of Chaos? I will probably just use fire bombs. I mean, I could do it legit, but it's... Bed of Chaos is just stupid, man. Not sure if I should just grab this and then go do Taurus right now. I mean, we could go get RTSR and kill the Black Knight and just go to Andre that way. Not really sure what's the better choice. Oh, no way. Alright, you know what? It's fine. We can get the rubbish here and we can get a chunk. I mean, if we're gonna dupe materials, we don't really need... Suppose we don't really need this, but... We could trade for a chunk. Yeah, Duck, true. Oh man, the band, yeah, the frickin' knife on daggers. Or the knife on gargoyles, I mean. Words are hard. We'll get the residence key and the bottomless box in case we want to dupe that way, I guess. And we'll get some throwing down.
Thank you.
I don't know if there's any reason to free Griggs. The right thing to do. I mean, we could get fall control, but we don't really need it on Remastered as much.
How did this ever happen?
Yeah. Oh my god. Holy shit, look how many thieves there are here. I needed to quit out there. That was stupid. That's okay. Alright, well. We freed him. I didn't get the safety bonfire. It's okay. It doesn't take long to run back here. We'll just run to Taurus now that we freed him. No big deal. I'm kind of tempted to do the soul dupe glitch. A lot of the time in these marathons, I don't like duping in DS1 because it's just like, I mean, you just get so many souls instantly. It's a little OP. Oh no. I am just gonna dupe upgrade materials though. Hold on. Make this guy fall off. Come on, Mr. Black Knight, where are you? Okay. Hi, Mario. Wait, I didn't... Dude, what am I doing, chat? I didn't even get the... Oh! I need the gold pine resin, dude. It's fine. Fine, we're just having fun. The speedrunner in me is crying, but... the casual person in me is okay. The last time this lizard frickin' destroyed me. Oh, we got a chunk. I missed him like 15 times in a row with my scythe. It was messed up. Not even hitless. Hey, he's got a lot of BS hitboxes, alright. Why did it not auto-equip the gold? Ooh. My stamina management might not be good. Doesn't auto-equip in Remastered, but let's see. Throwing knives are daggers, yes. They are throwing daggers. How much damage do I do to this guy if I parry him? I mean, I'm just gonna dupe the chunks, I think. Oh no, not this guy. Do I need to buy 99 of a weapon if I want to negative quantity dupe though? No. There's so many different fucking glitches in these games, and like they're different between Prepare to Die Edition and Remastered, so it's just so hard to fucking remember. Like, what am I doing? So, how much damage do you get? 5 damage per upgrade? Not bad. I'm probably just gonna use the bandit snipe. I'm gonna try Priscilla's later. Yeah, I don't know how to do this glitch though. I'm just gonna go kill gargoyles in the meantime. No, I don't think I'm gonna farm the ghost blade. I think it's pretty bad anyways, no. Oh boy. My good man. I need passage. Oh, come on, man. I should have rolled. I could have toggled out of that too, actually. I think. Hey, okay, Hollow Room is scary, but I thought I was in the clear there. That, I swear to fucking God. Some of you really know how to push my buttons. Let me through. Mool never makes these mistakes. Mool has been playing Dark Souls 1 since he was a young lad. Mool lives in Dark Souls 1. It's crazy. The frickin' all bosses record is what, like 58 minutes now or something? I remember when we were like sub 1 hour was happening. I can't remember what is my PB for all bosses, like 103 or something? Great RNG. We have a +3 dagger at least, so this is a bit easier than normal. Oh, that's okay. Did I say 58 seconds? Well, I meant 58 minutes. I don't know, man. I don't know if you're still here, Mario, but are you still running DS1? All right. Oh yeah, we need to get the large ember anyways. So I guess we'll go do Capra now. How many do I need? I think it's 5.
Go and get yourself. Well.
All right, so Duck was saying, Duck, I don't know if you're still here, but you said I need to prompt swap to a weapon, right? And then... prompt swap from arrows to weapon. I figured I would just ask you if you're still here. Right. So you need to buy at least 10. I mean, I'm not actually gonna do the dupe right now, but so I don't have any large. I mean, I guess I could dupe the chunks at least. However many you buy is linked to how many you could drop. Oh, okay, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, well, hold on. I should level up first. Just so I don't get wrecked by frickin' Capra Demon.
What?
Okay, so you buy them, and then you said you walk away, and then you double menu glitch, right? You open the menu on them again. Like this meant like insufficient souls. And then and then what? Now I just drop the item, right? Hey, Green to the Extreme, thank you for the 2 months. Oh, shoot. Oh, I hope that didn't mess it up. You drop instead of use. Yeah, that's what you said. Okay. I think I misclicked. Okay, I see. Thank you, Duck. You are such a, such a lifesaver. I feel bad asking you like every time I do these marathons. Got ourselves some chunks. Yeah, I basically ask you every time. If you weren't here, I probably would have just picked up the chunks normally, honestly. How about you write it down? Well, okay, the thing is, like, half the time I end up playing Prepare to Die Edition, and then half the time I play Remastered. And what glitch works in each is just... I don't know, man. My memory is shit, and I just get stuff mixed up so much. This works in both, yeah. The one that I remember is the one in Prepare to Die Edition that we did in the Dragon Tooth run, where you like drop the scales before Hydra, and you buy, what was it, like 99 pikes. There's so many different glitches in Dark Souls 1. It's honestly crazy. I kind of want to learn... I think if I was going to run any Souls game again, it would probably be DS1. There's actually been like a lot of cool new tech for any percent. Oh god. I don't want to die. Do the fog gate skip? Yeah, I should do it. That jump is so like finicky though. Oh god, this thing is terrible without resin. Should I get magic weapon for this thing? I'm gonna need a buff. Sunlight Blade only has one use though. Well, we can get great magic weapon in Anor Londo, at least. I really... I don't know if it's gonna be a good idea to try to fight Gaping Dragon right now. We might need to come back for him once we're a bit stronger. I mean, the gold pine resin might make it okay. I'm not sure. Yeah, but I don't want the Gaping Dragon fight to take all day. That's all. No, I just used the brigand twin daggers. Is there a large shard I can grab here? I actually don't know where a large shard is here. Oh god. There one in here in this room? Oh my gosh. We're in uncharted territory, chat. Oh. This a large shard? I know. I can get a large shard in Sens, but I need one. Near the channeler? Don't you have to go a different way to get up? Well, I was gonna do Sen's Gate skip. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I'm just wasting my time. I don't remember how to get up to that channeler. I know that you can get up there, but... Alright, you know what, I'm just gonna leave, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, I really think you well. All right.
It's from the Giga Rat room. We don't have a... Need to buy a staff though.
Did the kid put? Oh, well. All right.
Get there from the out of bounds, yeah. Dude, Quelaag is gonna be horrible right now with this, though. Maybe I should just go down to get... Fuck, dude. Make sure you quit out. Yeah, I was wondering why Lautrec isn't here. Goodbye. Well, we can get a large Titanite on the way to Quelaag. Can you bleed Quelaag? Yeah, we can go get the large Titanite down here. I probably should have just grabbed the one in the depths. I didn't want to get lost. I would rather just grab one where I know where to go. Maybe I might just drop down and grab the shard and then bone out of here and then just go do Sen's Gate skip. We're gonna have to come back down here a second time regardless, so... No, I haven't played Mega Bonk. All right. We got our shard. I'm just thinking, oh man. I don't know if I should get I don't know if I should get to plus 15 first. I should probably go get the very large ember. Gosh, this run is so scuffed. I'm just wasting so much time. I'm just gonna go back. I'm gonna go get the very large ember. We might as well drain the water. I mean, we're gonna need it. So, like, we might as well get it right now. Yeah, we could do Stray afterward. Hey, Obsidian Chainsaw, thank you for the 31 months. Also, Maverick Maniac, thank you for the gifted sub to Duck. Honestly, I need to do these marathons like more often so I can actually remember the strats. The problem is I take like a month or two break between the marathon, and then by the time I do the next one, I've like forgotten everything. I think I'll do an SL1 marathon at some point. We're fine. I'm gonna get a magic dagger up the butt. Can I backstab him? No.
You are no different from the rest. So be it. I am Ingward, the guardian.
I wish that you could drop off this roof. Can you? I could have sworn you could jump over this. Hey, Sick. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Can you get... I don't know if you're still here, Duck, but can you get the very large ember while the water is still up? Is that possible? With like fall control plus the extra duration? You don't need extra duration, just fall control? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd probably struggle with the pathing anyways. I went the wrong way. Interesting pathing. I don't. Yeah, Duck. Yeah. I don't know the best way to get there from where I was. DS1 runs are always so scuffed, yeah. I guess it would have been better for me maybe just to drop down from the water wheel and go through like the buildings. Actually not sure. You have no idea where I'm going. I was getting my 3,000 souls back, Duck. I need them. Totally. All right. We're doing it, chat. Okay, we'll give him the ember. We'll upgrade with the souls we have. We're not even gonna have enough souls to upgrade. Well, we can get to plus 11, I guess. And then we can use the weaponsmith box after we go through Sims. Hey, thank you, Spicy Spice. Sometimes I wish I practiced or like prepared more for these. But, no. More entertaining if not everything goes perfectly. Hey, Never, thank you for the 4 months. Actually, we don't want to do Sen's Gate skip yet. Yeah, it's fun. The speedrunner in me is, you know, it's slightly painful, like, not doing things optimally and forgetting things when you've, you know, ran the game at, like, a high level, but it's okay. Magnificent. Thing is cheap to upgrade though. Oh no.
Don't get yourself.
Oh no. Oh my god, I'm so stupid, dude. What am I doing? Yeah, I have the weaponsmith box. Oh wait. No, I don't. Dude, I thought I bought it. But the thing is, we still need to ascend past +10, though. So we're gonna have to... It's fine, guys. You know, I just wanted Dark Souls 1 to take longer.
Oi, where are you off?
Oi. I mean, we're at the end of the marathon. We're only 4 hours into the stream, so... You think +10 is fine for ONS, Duck? I just feel like this dagger is going to be terrible, but I guess Great Magic Weapon will make it okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just do +10. Surely it'll be fine, right? I don't think I can actually use... Can I even do Sensgate with the dagger riposte? I mean, I can just use my fist, whatever. Can I aggro this other guy? More precise, I see. Alright, Chad, just close your eyes, okay? Wait, can I quantity dupe? Well, I guess I could just buy... I guess I can just buy the large shards. Can I quantity dupe off of, I don't even know what the NPC's name is. Yeah, I mean, we can just pick up enough. It's not a big deal. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, okay. It's fine. Oh, right in the head. Do we need to free this guy? Oh, that would have broken it, dude. Hey, dude, don't... Holy shit, he's almost dead, man! All right. Am I dead? Hey, good thing I leveled that health, chat. I used to speedrun this, by the way. Okay, dude, listen. We're just having fun, man. We're vibing, alright? Speedrunning is all about practice anyways, chat. Like... Out of my way. If I started learning and practicing the run again, you know, I'd be fine. Also, there's a big difference between running like an efficient route and doing a run with this fucking shitty dagger. Do we have 7 large shards? How many do we need? Is it 9? Okay, I need 2.
Go along, try.
Just dupe the soul. No. Alright, plus 10 bandit's knife. Let's go. Wait, this thing actually has, like, good scaling. B scaling? Wow. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 souls. Hey, big boy Shrek, thank you for the 34 months. Do I need 30 int for the next buff? Well, the next one will get his great magic weapon, which is... What is the int requirement for great magic weapon, if you guys know? 15? Okay, yeah, that's pretty low. Damage is not great, but it'll be okay. Dagger soon, right? Got him. Nice. I feel like Duck baited me into going to ONS with +10. This is gonna be horrible. Well, the giant blacksmith can't ascend my weapon, though. Like, I don't think I want to do ONS with RTSR because it's going to be such a long fight. It's going to... I don't know, it's going to be really difficult. Just AFK them. Great magic weapon should help a bit. Why daggers and not ultra greatsword? I would like to do a greatsword, like Great Hammer Marathon or something. I don't know. There's a lot of different other weapon types we could do runs of. The drop pickup AFK? No, I'm not sure what that is, Duck. I saw that there's like the drop pickup strat for this lever now. It's pretty cool. Pick up an item and enter the fog gate at the same time lets you enter the fight while going around the trigger to activate the boss. Wait, so you can actually AI break them, like, fully, you're saying? For P1? Oh, wow. I did not know you could do that. Hey, Nightmare, thank you for the 53 months. It's slower. Gotcha. Well, I mean, in this case, it would definitely be faster. With this fucking dagger, but... Please don't do that. Yeah, I won't. I won't. But... That's cool to know. Oh, wait a sec. What am I doing? We need to get great magic weapon. Do all the cheats. I love glitches. The souls duping, I don't know. I feel like for the marathons it makes it better not to soul dupe because getting like level 200 instantly is a little it's a little much. But it's all just do what makes you happy, you know, chat? Duck. Ooh. A lot of fall damage there. Can you actually die if you run down that thing perfectly? Like, I wonder if you can get like a straight up just like lethal fall from that. Well, like, if you have RTSR set up, you can die there, but I mean, like, if you were full HP, could you run down that thing and still, like, die from full health? Probably. Alright, I'm gonna just see what this is like without RTSR. I mean, I want to use RTSR, but I'm afraid this is going to take so long. But I'm probably going to run out of great magic weapon buffs. And I also probably should have kindled for more flasks. Well, here we go. I mean... I really should have bought green blossoms. Not mean to jump there. Oh, you can actually bleed him. I wonder if you can strafe that. Oh, I don't see that attack very often. Honestly, we probably could have done the fight with RTSR, but I would not have been playing so aggressively if I had RTSR on. The fight probably still would have taken longer even with RTSR, just because I would be playing it so much safer. Oh, well. Nice. That was a good RTSR setup. Totally intentional. Almost made it.
Thou hast journeyed far and overcome much, chosen undead. Come hither, child. O chosen undead, I am Guinevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn and Queen of Sunlight. Since the day Father his form did obscureth, I have awaited thee. I bequeath the Lord vessel to thee.
I do not have the binoculars. I don't think I have a bow either. Sorry.
Thou that tarnisheth the Godmother's image, I am Gwyndolin. And thy transgression shall not go unpunished. Thou shalt perish in the twilight of Anor Londo.
All right, plus 15 time. Honestly, Bandit Snipe isn't that bad with, Oh yeah, we need a slab still. I guess we can go do Stray Demon with that slab. And Weaponsmith box it. Let's get some more decks. Get some attunement so we can have fall control. She didn't do anything to me. Well, if I leave her alive, then it's gonna lose me time later. Because the Firekeeper at the start of Anor Londo gets mad if you go. She gets mad if you kill Gwendolyn. But if you kill Guinevere, then I think the Firekeeper... I don't actually know what happens. Does she, like, die, or... I don't think she's there anymore after you kill Guinevere. Well, she's not at the bonfire, though. She moves near Gwendolyn. Okay. Gotcha. You would know if you knew the lore. Yeah, I know. I'm hundreds of hours in these games, but I mean, there's some quest lines in this game that I've never even done. I'm a speedrunner, okay? I don't got time for all them quests. Yeah, the Bandit's Knife is actually really good for Stray, because you can get a ton of bleed procs. All quest marathon, yeah. All quests in Elden Ring, oh boy. Well, we should probably just... oh, we need to place the Lord Vessel. But we need to kill Quelaag first. So yeah, I guess we'll just go do Quelaag. We'll do Quelaag, place the Lord Vessel, and then we can go do Seath. Oh, that's not where I wanted to land, but it works, I guess. How did I get to Iron Golem without killing Quelaag? There's a skip you can do called Sen's Gate skip. How many of you in chat have done Sen's Gate skip before? I feel like it's a pretty easy skip to do, so imagine a lot of people have. Yeah, back in the early days of Dark Souls, there was actually no Sen's Gate skip, but there was a guy named John Margaret who came into... I don't know, I think he just came... There was no Discord back then, so he just came into, like, people's Twitch chats and said that he found Sen's Gate skip, and he posted pictures. Oh. Wow, she actually just wrecked me, dude. I did not realize she was doing that. Fuck. Well, that was not very good. I thought I could hit her the side of her arm, or her leg, her legs, when she did the butt flame attack, but I guess. I mean, I could have gotten like 2 hits and then rolled away. It was just greed. I got hit by the butt flame and then I thought she was just recovering from the butt flame still. My bad. If only there was a bonfire closer, yeah, but I wasn't expecting to die. Oh, that time it actually didn't give me the... I didn't need to quit out there. Kind of miss running Dark Souls 1 a little bit. I don't miss playing at 30 FPS though. Dark Souls 1 is it's just crazy how they keep, like, Dark Souls 1 just keeps getting pushed lower and lower, just more stuff is being found. Like, even to this day. Oh, kind of crazy. Probably gonna do the AoE. And maybe two-handing with this thing is better, I'm not sure. It does use a fair bit more stamina. Yeah, I ran Cuphead when it came out. I had the record a little bit. I was like trading it back and forth with the Mexican runner. Crazy how long, like, Cuphead was 7 or 8 years ago now. My bad, man. I didn't mean to say yes. Or no, rather. Alright, let's go place the Lord Vessel, and then, yeah, I guess we should probably try to get Crystal Magic Weapon next. I always get a little confused about how Logan works, though, to get the crystal magic. Hey Josh, thank you for the 89 months. Well, you can be, even if you do the Duke skip, you can still get Logan to move. You don't actually need to free him. Can you teleport, Duck, or do you actually have to like hit a transition? The marathon is almost over. We still got a decent bit of DS1 left. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, you know what? Well, it's fine. We're gonna have to come back here for the Crystal Golem. It's okay, though. We can do the remastered Duke skip here, though, chat. Skip is sick. Oh, right, you have to wait. Hold on. So we lock onto this guy. We roll to the right. And if we do it right, should spawn on the wall like this, and then we can jump. Ball control. This is the advanced Duke skip. Well, not really, it's... But it is faster. Using magic seems like cheating. We're just buffing the weapon. No different than using like a gold pine resin. Actually, do we need to make Logan leave before we kill Seath? I'm just gonna go back and talk to him and trigger the... I don't know if that's gonna mess anything up. Oh, we want to get Crystal Magic Weapon.
Heading out, are you? I too will leave soon. Undead or no, I shan't stay here forever. You have great potential. Don't go and die over nothing.
You sorry fool.
He's not here yet. I think he'll be here after we kill Seath. Because I think he's still trapped right now, but killing Seath frees him. No, you don't have to free him. He gets freed automatically after you kill Seath, I'm pretty sure. I would like to use RTSR here. I don't really think I can get us set up though. Might be a bit of a long fight. That is not what I wanted to do. Hopefully we didn't get crabs in the fight. Or clams. Yeah, close enough. It starts with a C. I didn't mean to kick. Hold on, we gotta kill this clan. That RTSR setup worked out really well. I think Logan should be here now. Hopefully.
Hello.
Crystal magic weapon. We need 25 int for this, though. Alright, we'll go do Gwendolyn and Priscilla. Beating Hulster with only jumping damage, 28 damage each. That sounds awful. I mean, if you practice the fight enough, I'm sure it's not too bad. Yeah, we can get a dagger in the DLC. The thing is, by the time we get it, it's gonna be kind of late.
Thou offendeth the Godmother, and now thou see fit to trample upon the tomb of the great Lord. I am the Dark Sun, Gwendolyn. Let the atonement for thy felonies commenceth.
Well, we can't use the gold tracer. The silver tracer is the dagger. Gold tracer is really good, though, by the way. These RTSR setups are so scuffed. But they're working. Oh, good RNG.
Oh, heretic.
Yeah, I don't know if we can one cycle. Maybe if I...
Eternal curse upon thee.
It maybe could have one cycled if I waited for another arrow attack. You pretty much need RTSR if you want to get the one cycle. I'm gonna go human. I should have made my... I didn't change my skin color, though. We're just normal this run. we're just a normal dude with a bowl cut. I'm gonna try to get Priscilla's dagger. I don't think it's gonna be very good, but we could try it. We can dupe the upgrade materials, so that's nice. Can it be buffed? I don't think so. But it's probably not that good. I mean, buffing this dagger is like the saving grace.
I expected as much from thee. Why dost thee hurry toward thine death?
I want to cut your tail. Where the hell are you? Jesus. How is she not visible yet? Oh. What actually causes her to be revealed? Is it just like doing enough damage? it's dagger based. What is the... Oh, it's called DS1 Gadget. Hold on. We have Priscilla's Dagger chat. Look at that. Wow. All right. Let's go Parish. Wow. I don't think Priscilla's Dagger is going to be any good anyways, but we could at least try it.
Well,
Give me your crest, and then we're going to do some... I wonder why it's -11 even though I bought 15 swords though. Not sure. Marathon is over soon. Don't be sad. Be glad it happened. would have died there. Kinda need RTSR. I don't know how much damage these guys are gonna do. Oh my. Oh my gosh. That was kind of rough. That's really not good. Wait, why did it spawn me here? Did I not? I didn't rest. Oh my. The tracking on his second melee hit there is so much better than the first. The first one just straight up missed me, but the second one he just I thought he was gonna miss again, but I don't know. I should have just dodged. My bad. Why am I doing the games in this order? Wow, you're the first person to ask that. Because I feel like it. What if he was just curious? He is just curious, and that's fine. It wasn't that rude. I'm just fucking joking. Alright, man. Why call it dagger only? Because we are killing everything with only a dagger. Also, look at how sick this weapon buff looks. We did it, guys. I love the way she spawns out of him. Well, she's actually inside the crystal. I guess I should have shown that off, but yeah, you can see her inside the model of that enemy. She doesn't actually just spawn out of, like, from there. Cast Light, my favorite spell. Yeah, they actually buffed Cast Light in Elden Ring, chat. It used to be only 90 seconds long or something, and then they buffed it to be like 5 or 10 minutes long now. It reveals invis enemies. Cast Light? Really? Not sure I know that. I knew that. It was 60 seconds, they buffed it to 180. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot better now. Oh, excuse me. Kill Sif after DLC, but don't you have to, like, do the whole quest thing? Okay, you know what? I'm just fighting him. We're already here, chat. You wanted Sif to live, you should have told me sooner. I'm like a second away from like starting the fight. Well, not that you can actually save Sif, but you can get the special cutscene. 666. Man, I love doing these marathons. I will say I do wish Elden Ring was a bit shorter though. Elden Ring is like a third of the fucking marathon. Takes as long as like 3 games. Get good at it. It's not a matter of getting good. I mean, like, that would make it a bit faster, but not that much. Yeah, I've mentioned this before, but this fight actually made me rage quit Dark Souls 1. I played Dark Souls 1 before Dark Souls 2, but I gave up because I was fighting Butterfly. I went straight to Butterfly at the very beginning of the game, and I had like a +0 weapon, and this fight made me so angry. Don't you have to kill other things to get here? Not really. I'm pretty sure that I started with Master Key. I went through the Valley of Drakes. I went down past Andre, and I went straight to Butterfly. Oh, you know what? I really don't want to die here. I'm just gonna equip Hidden Body. You know, funny enough, I think the boss in Dark Souls 2 that gave me the most trouble out of everything was Sentinels. I was like stuck on Sentinels for quite a long time until I bought like a great shield to use against Sentinels. Shields are actually pretty good in Dark Souls 2. And the Twin Dragon Great Shield that you can buy from Malin is pretty solid. Alright. That's all we need. I thought I was gonna die there for a second. Scary. Alright, it's DLC time. Actually, let's go upgrade Priscilla's dagger just to see what this thing is like.
Oi, where are you off to?
See, every time it's minus 11, I don't actually know how. Maybe it's because I don't have.
I'll be seeing you.
Oh, it's so weird. Yeah, it's kind of expensive too.
I'll be seeing you.
Duck went to bed. It's okay. He helped us. He helped us enough. No, we don't need to upgrade the staff. Don't really have enough souls. Why state something when you don't know if you're actually correct? I'm playing Remastered right now. Little Nightmares 3 was kind of bad, sadly. Apparently they're finding some cool skips for like speedrunning. Another runner was telling me. I thought Little Nightmares 3 was pretty mid though. What's my game of the year? Expedition 33. I mean, Silk Song was really good too. But I think Expedition 33 still. will I try Hades 2? I already played Hades 2, but I'm gonna play more. Hades 2 is fun. $120 plus $149. The thing is, you can't buff Priscilla's dagger, but the bleed seems really good. Should be good.
Yeah.
So long.
We'll try to RTSR once here. If I die, I might just do it without. I'm not sure what boss. I mean, the Priscilla's dagger is just gonna be worse. Unless we can actually bleed. Rolled. I thought I was far enough away to outspace that. I really did. Well, let's just try it without RTSR. I think the damage is going to be really bad, though. Okay, we probably want to use RTSR, honestly. Let's see. We cannot interrupt his buff. That's great. No, it could be worse, chat. That's kind of dangerous going for that one. No way, dude. And then of course I get... Fuck, man. It's so easy to get clipped by his, like, flip attack. The hitbox on it is so weird. It's alright, guys. We got this. It was a long fight, though. a shame we can't... He didn't do that attack a single time last run. It's a shame we can't interrupt his buff. Pretty sure I rolled there. What is going on? Thought maybe R2s could do it. Doing? Why are you just doing that? That was scary, yeah. That was kind of scary. We can get Silver Tracer after we go through here. Oh, I forgot to use Hidden Body. I'm dead. I might have been able to quit out there, actually.
You would thank.
One of them is a dagger. One is a gold tracer's a curved sword. What? Oh. It's just delayed. Alright, please, Mr. Chainman. Don't do it. Oh, we can fully upgrade this thing. Nice. So what is this? Has S scaling. Can this be buffed? No. See, that's the thing. It's like the lack of buffing. I don't really see what does this have going for it? I guess the critical rating is really high. It has S scaling. Well, we can't tumble buff it. Get Darkbead, yeah. DS1 hasn't been too bad. The start of the run was kind of scuffed. Hey, Tiki. The damage is honestly not bad on the bandit knife with weapon buffs, at least. I'm so stupid. I thought he was doing... Man, that was a good fight, too. I thought he was doing the circle attack because he was far away from me. Dang it. Try this again. Nice. Good fight. I'll get a little bit of endurance. Oh. We gotta trigger Cal Meat first. I'm kind of scared of doing Cal Meat with RTSR, to be honest. Cal Meat's hitboxes are just... They're so bad. I hate when you get stuck on his face. I just used the Brigand Twin Daggers in DS3. I was thinking about trying the Aquamarine Dagger, but I've used it in a run before. I think the Twin Daggers are just the best. Hey, Merculid, thank you for the 22 months. Hey, Driftwood. The tailbone short sword is good. It feels like Bandit's knife is actually just the best in this. Just because you can buff it.
Farewell. tomorrow is the Black Dragon. Yes, I thought as much. He's called Calamite. Ferocious dragon indeed. Even mighty Anna Londa dared not provoke his ire. I see little good coming from this, but thy intent is to persevere to the bitter end.
Yeah, I mean, Sellsword Twin Blades are just the better version of the Twin Daggers.
Good, good. What is bravery without a dash of recklessness? I've taken a liking to thee, and I owe thee much for thy service to Artorias. Now, watch and see how Goth
Also,
dragon.
You're talking about DS1? Oh, okay. The daggers in frickin' Elden Ring, like, they were good, but I think I got like 3 posture breaks the entire frickin' run with the daggers. You just do not get posture breaks with those fucking things. Might have been a bit more than that. So sometimes I would get one like right at the end of the fight.
Yes. A truer shot was never loosed. That bat will be grounded for a good spell. The rest is in thine hands. I await good tidings. Ah, dragon slaying. Knighthood's highest calling.
I still find it a bit silly that he's up in that, like, that room and that ladder before him are not big enough. How did he get up there? Guess he just climbed the tower. He was born there. They built it around him. Well, we'll try to RTSR this. I don't know, it's gonna be a really long fight without RTSR, but also just, we're so easy to die on this fight. Amazing. God, this boss is so bad. That next swipe is just so, God, it's so bullshit. Like, sometimes I still don't really know how to deal with it consistently. I think you just need to be like close enough to him and enough to the left. You get stuck on his head so often. I was thinking about doing Night Rain if I finish this quick enough. We'll see. I'm a bit worn out from all the streaming. Yeah. We're doing it. You know, you do what you gotta do, chat. Hold on, I'm gonna go buy some more bones and grass. I think. So. Alright. Well, DLC is done. Where do we want to go now? I guess we could go do Bed of Chaos. No, I don't need 48 bones. There's no way to increment like 10 at a time. So I just bought them all because it's easier that way. Yeah, your RTSR is pretty good. Also kind of scary to use on the DLC bosses anyways. I don't know, I might be better if I just cheese him, but I'll try to fight him like a man. Yeah, there's a dagger in Sekiro, but I would need to give myself infinite spirit emblems. And that run is going to be suffering anyways, so... I'm alright. What the hell is that? Oh, good RNG. Nice. He didn't do his cursed triple attack. Hey, Vines. Thank you for the 32 months. The only thing that makes me sad about Remaster is I can't do the elevator glitch and plunge Fire Sage Demon. That is like the best glitch ever. It only works on the original version, but basically the elevator that's above Fire Sage Demon, you quit and load on the elevator, or like on the edge of the elevator 2 to 3 times. You'll clip through it, and then you can fall on top of Fire Sage and plunge attack him. And for some reason, Fire Sage has a plunge attack animation because they copy pasted the model. Like it's because you can plunge Taurus Demon, and I guess for some reason, and I guess you could probably also plunge Stray Demon. Okay, don't do it again, please. Stop spamming that. Gary. Which game was the hardest in this challenge? I don't know. I thought it would be DS1, but honestly, DS1 hasn't been that bad. The glitch is still doable on Remaster. You have to cap your FPS to 30. Oh, maybe it's an FPS thing. I wonder if you can plunge Stray Demon. I assume you can, since you can do Fire Sage and Asylum. I don't know if you can actually ever get a position to do it. Dude, get over here now. Alright, not bad. Oh yeah, we're gonna use bombs on Bed of Chaos. I don't have a bow, though, for the bow lineup, which may be an issue. I might miss these fire bombs. I wonder if you could do the Bed of Chaos strat with throwing knives instead. I don't think they don't really like arc the same way, so, but maybe there's a way. It would need to be a completely different setup though. I don't know. I did it without bombs in like one of the marathons I did. Thank you. I'll be done pretty soon. Yeah, it'll be on my VODs channel, and then there will be like an edited video for this on my main channel. Next year? It's not gonna take that long. I mean, hopefully I'll have it posted in like a week or so. I'm getting the French onion soup tomorrow. There's a way, I say this every time I do this, but there's a way to ride up this slope. It's super funny, but I don't know. I don't know how to do it, sadly. Here we go. Woo, we still got it. Hey, we're not actually killing the boss with the bombs, chat. We're just making him exposed. See, we killed him with the dagger. That's it. Yep, that's it. That's the boss. Go do 4 kings. We have 4 kings, Pinwheel, Nito, and Gwyn. We're almost done. Oh, and Gaping Dragon? Yeah, we killed the gargoyles. Honestly, dude, you could totally 2 king with this. If I had RTSR on instead. We can get a 3 king though. That's decent. I think it's around this way, maybe. Nice. You didn't see Bloodborne or DS2? Oh, I'm sorry. I think the next marathon we're gonna do is Katana only, or maybe a fisting marathon. Sekiro no-hit win. We already did a Sekiro no-hit run. Oh, no way. Did I get hit? I didn't... So, in my mind, I finished a Sekiro no-hit run. I guess it depends on your rules. I fell into the void one time and respawned during that run because one of the grapple points just failed to appear when I jumped at it, and it was super cringe. I think according to like the no-hit league or website, whatever, that counts as a hit. Can I get the tail? I mean, I could. I don't really think I want to. Oh, what is this RNG, man? Watch, he's gonna slam his head down now. What is your freaking issue, man? Oh my god. Hey, he doesn't want to let me hit his face, so be it.
You saw enough. I shall slumber until
Alright, have a good night, Framped. Oh, there are rumors that there's an Elden Ring movie in the works. Not really sure how that's gonna work, but... I hope Jack Black is in it. Alright, chat, I'll give 10 subs if we get the Mask of the Father. What's it gonna be? Oh. Oh, better luck next marathon. We have light. You were so pissed at Patches. It's funny because Patches can... Yo, Kieran, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. You can kick Patches off the cliff, and then if you stand in the cutscene trigger, he'll just teleport back up and kick you off anyways. It's pretty silly. I wonder if I can avoid the spear attack with this weapon. I think I can. So, cool little trick you can do. Come on, scream, Nito. Come on, scream for me. Look at that. Good old face tank strats. Yeah, so see how when you're blocking, your legs move apart like this? That causes the spear to miss you. It like goes up, it hits your feet. And when you block like this, it spreads your legs out. So it actually misses. Alright guys, it's time for Gwyn. We are close to the end. Also, Kieran, thank you so much again for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, man. Don't be sad, chat. There will be more marathons. There is a Bloodborne randomizer. I was curious if the Bloodborne rando runs any better on the PS5 or on the emulator. Because the rando crashes a lot. The last time I played it on like PS4, on my jailbroken PS4. The thing about randomizers is like for a marathon, I don't think I would want to randomize key items. It just takes way too long. You know, we can actually use the Dark Silver Tracer here because it has 160 crit. The big riposts. Oh, it does such little damage if it's not a crit. Holy crap. Is there a parrying dagger in this game? Oh well. I mean, technically we could just parry with our fist. On a corpse in Anorlando. Ah, well. It's okay. GG. Oh, what a marathon. 25 hours later. 8 hours of which was Elden Ring. Yeah, it was a fun marathon. Daggers, honestly, are kind of mid in all the games. I don't think there was any game where it was like, wow, the daggers are so good. I mean, well, actually, Dark Souls 2, it was pretty good. I honestly think Dark Souls 2 had the best daggers. I mean, we did Invis Ava like pretty easily with the daggers. And it was also really good for Burnt Ivory King. Like the daggers weren't bad in Elden Ring, but compared to the damage that you can do with some other weapon types, it was kind of meh. Yeah, we had like an insanely good Invis Ava fight. I'm pretty sure we killed him in like 40 seconds in the marathon. It was actually so good. What do you do now? You stay right here. Don't go anywhere. I was thinking about maybe doing a run of Night Rain, but we have been streaming a lot. I don't know. I'm gonna go use the restroom and just take a short break. You guys can listen to the credits music. I will decide what I'm gonna do when I get back. I'll be right back, chat. Alright. I am back, chat. I think I'm just gonna end the stream here, actually. I had dinner plans to go out tomorrow night, but apparently they got canceled, so I think I'm just gonna go out tonight instead. I'm gonna go get my French onion soup.
Yes, indeed. The dark sign brands the undead. And in this land, the undead are corralled and led to the north.
That's the famous onion soup.
Where they are locked away to await the end of the world.
Yeah, we've been streaming a lot anyways, so I think that's, I think it's good to... I will reward myself with a nice dinner.
This is your fate.
Night Rain ain't going anywhere. Maybe we'll do some Night Rain tomorrow. We'll see. Please no. Okay. Night Rain ain't that bad. If you don't like it, that's okay. But I still like Night Rain. It's fun to play here and there. All right. Anyways, chat, it's been a lot of fun. Thank you all for joining me. I'm glad a lot of you guys have fun with the marathons. I'm gonna find somebody to raid. Yeah, my dinner plans got canceled tomorrow. I do have like an appointment that I have to go to tomorrow, but I will be streaming tomorrow. I gotta stop at like 3 o'clock though. So yeah, I might just end up doing Night Rain tomorrow. Maybe I'll do some more Hades 2. Hades 2 is pretty fun as well. Not really sure what I'm gonna do next stream. I also want to play more of the cat game, the cat only up. I do want to beat that, so maybe we'll do that tomorrow. I don't know. It'll be a surprise, chat.